I agree that you should be here, but it was his suggestion actually. But we will record, we won't be recording like discussion, you know, because we want to make sure that you feel open to make comments to peers and that. But we have had requests from other members that can't come, that they really wish that they could have at least had some of the topic area, subject matter expertise. So if you don't mind that aspect of it, okay, great. Okay, great. All right, why don't you get started then?
Terrific. Do you have a way for me to advance slides, or would you like me to just tell you I can do that? Okay. Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Susan Brower. I'm the state demographer for Minnesota. For most of the decade, the work that I do is to make projections for the state, the counties, to track population trends, to try to kind of gauge how we're changing, a lot of times how it relates to economic changes, for businesses, for hiring, that kind of thing, and that's what I'll focus on today. I'm going to lay out the case for why I think our population growth is slowing, our labor force growth is slowing, just so you have a really kind of solid foundation for when we make those projections. I really do believe that's something that's here probably to stay unless we see a pretty big change in terms of our federal immigration policy. So I will kind of show you what that looks like historically. Please stop me if you have questions, but I'll show you what I know. So let's see on the first slide. Okay, so this is kind of the very long run population growth along with our projections. And you can see that we're at this point where we're leveling off in terms of growth. We are still projecting growth statewide in Minnesota, but very little growth into the foreseeable future. When we make these projections, we're basing them both on kind of how Minnesota historically has grown as a share of the U.S., and so they're tied to federal projections, the Census Bureau's projections, but then we also bring in our own kind of historical migration, births, deaths, that kind of thing to kind of gauge whether they make sense for Minnesota here. But you can see we're in a very different place than we were for most of this state's history, in that we're at this kind of, I guess, deflection, this plateau that we haven't been at before. And I'll explain why that's happening in the next few slides. This here is showing you our natural change decelerating, and that's just the number of people who are born in the state each year, minus the number of people who die in the state each year. And historically, that's been our growth engine. That's been how we grow. I know everyone's mind, typically when you think about a population growth, I don't know if this is true, you can tell me if it's true, but typically when you're talking about population change or growth for an area, people's heads go right to migration. Who's moving in, who's moving away? But really for a state level projection, the growth engine is really just births and deaths. And that really has a lot to do with our age structure. It has to do with birth rates. And what you can see over the long term is that we have less of that kind of internal growth engine. And it's decelerating, particularly since 2020, but kind of over much of the course of this, it's increased a little bit as we've had kind of boomlets, the children of the baby boomers moving into their childbearing years. Generally, though, on a downward trend and very low relative, since about 2020. That we're seeing increased deaths just because we're an older population. I'm really going to bring down the room. I'm going to talk about deaths. I'm just going to let you know that's what we do. We're going to see more deaths because we're an older population. That's completely natural. It wasn't particularly, I guess, natural during the pandemic where we saw a spike in deaths temporarily. But generally, we're on this kind of upward trend toward more deaths just because we're an older state. At the same time, our birth rates are falling. They're falling across the U.S. They're falling here in Minnesota. And I think the next slide shows our total fertility rate right here in Minnesota is below the replacement level. And that just means that our average right now is, for every woman of childbearing age, they have about 1.7 children on average. Every state in the US is below replacement fertility right now. And what that means is over the long term, if that just remains into the foreseeable future, eventually those populations begin declining. So that's 2.1 is the number you need to just stay stable over the long run. This, of course, isn't just a Minnesota problem. It's not a US problem. Globally, fertility rates are declining really quickly, amazingly quickly. If you look at India, for example, massive declines, below replacement now. Many areas that had very high fertility, within 15 years ago, have seen these massive drop-offs. And we've continued to see it here, even in states where you have populations with relatively higher birth rates, sometimes in the southwest of the US, still seeing these birth rates drop off. So I think it's going to continue, low birth rates. I don't think it's a temporary blip. It's over the long term. You can see those rates fall. I'm looking back here just, less than 10 years. But if you look globally at what's happening, you look across the US, this is really a fixed new feature of where we are today, historically, socially. One way to kind of think about this, I have a 19-year-old and a 23-year-old, is, think about having the conversation with them. Like, are you really going to, can you have 5 children maybe? Can you have 6? And the answer, at least probably for my children, is like, that's not happening. Maybe it's 0, maybe it's 1, I don't know, maybe it's 2. I think it's not that we don't have, people with with preferences for larger families, but on average, we're seeing more and more young people who are choosing not to have children, or to have 1 or 2 or 3. So that's kind of sets the baseline, I guess, for what we expect in terms of labor force as well. And we can look at the next slide here. I think I have what Minnesota's. Yeah, so this just kind of drives home the same, it's just a slightly different way of looking at it, but you can see almost every cohort's getting smaller and smaller, down to the 1-year-old babies. Year over year, what's happening is we have fewer and fewer babies coming up through the school systems, coming up into the labor force. So while we have the baby boomers at a point in their lives where most of them have retired, but there's still a good chunk of them left in the workforce, as we continue to see those retirements out, we're not having a pool large enough to replace the baby boomers and also keep up the level of growth that we've had in the past. This is all the mechanics. This is why I just want you to understand that these are really stable features. Sometimes I do talks with the state economist, and when they're projecting for the state budget 2 years out, the level of complexity to even just do that, of course, and you all know this too, just the level of complexity to project what the economy is going to do relative to what demographics are going to do. We're talking about very stable features. Average family size, average mortality, life expectancy. Sure, it varies a little bit from person to person, but year to year, we're talking about pretty stable, pretty predictable patterns. And so when we pull these things together and then look at what our future population is going to look like, a lot of it is kind of cooked into these birth rates, cooked into the fact that we have an older age structure because of the birth rates, and then we look more to migration for our growth, more so than we've had to in the past. It's different depending on where you are. I should say that some states are actually in natural decline already, meaning they have more deaths than they have births. And Minnesota's not there yet. In this graph here, the blue and the lighter gray color are showing you the counties, and most of them are around the metropolitan areas. The counties that are still growing from their own kind of internal natural change, from their own internal momentum. This is taking out any kind of migration, just looking at the areas that are declining or growing if no migration occurred. You can see that most of greater Minnesota is green. So most of Minnesota are in areas where those losses are happening because they have older populations. They're not having as many babies in those counties because they don't have as many people of parenting age. I'll stop talking just for a minute to see if you have questions. Yeah.
I think you already covered this in the statewide, but if I were to do the integral of all those areas, what would I get for that range? It's like 20, so the average, or not the average, but the net of that for the state.
The net of all of it, we're still positive. But it's, if we can go back like 2 or 3 to the, one more. Yeah. So we're just above 10,000. So our own kind of internal momentum statewide
okay, so that time frame is the same as what is in that chart. Got it.
That's a year. That's a year's worth, and I think that's from the other one. Let me look back.
20 to 24.
20 to 24 was, yeah. So that's the average
so
over 4 years.
45, 50,000.
Yeah. Like that. Yeah, and we can keep going too, please. Okay, so I hope I've been convincing that I think our population is slowing down and our workforce is slowing down. The question then is, what happens with migration? And so this is historically what Minnesota's year-over-year migration looks like. It's showing you annually how many people are gained or lost due to, this is on net, all the movement that happens in the state. And I'll say that even though it's a very small net number in any given year, these migration numbers, there's about 120,000 people moving in each direction each year. So lots of movement, a little bit of gain or a little bit of loss each year is what we expect. So the blue, oh, we can go back just a minute, thank you. So the blue bars are showing you how many people are gained due to international migration statewide, all ages. The gray is showing you domestic losses for Minnesota. Again, statewide, all ages. And together, the line is just adding the two together. So for most years, we have in-migration, but most of it historically has been due to international immigration. And you can see that particularly between 2021 and 2024, we had a large increase in international immigration. And that had to do mostly with humanitarian admits at the southern border of the US, making their way up to Minnesota. So much of the US felt that kind of surge during those years. And we've seen now a significant drop off in 2025 as that border has been closed. Minnesota's kind of decline in growth due to international migration is about the same what the US saw in terms of its magnitude. So a really big decline in just 1 year. And I will say also that that 2025 data point only captures the first 6 months of the year, of the calendar year. And so we would expect, if we were seeing the full year, to actually see much less migration because it's only capturing kind of the first half of the Trump administration's term. So we've gone kind of, at least in 2025, we've gone back to maybe an average where we were before the pandemic in terms of international growth. But it's at a time where we know that our own internal growth momentum is declining. So we're going to have to look to migration either from outside our state or from other countries in order to grow going forward. Historically, Minnesota has lost more people, at least since about 2002, than it has gained. Most of those are kind of college-age students driving a lot of that migration. My own 19 and 23-year-old are now out of state, but it also bears out in the numbers that you know, we do kind of export people when they're in their college ages, and that's really what's driving it, is that young people's migration over time. So are there questions about anything that I've said so far? Yeah.
Well, So like the domestic immigrant or migration is out basically this century, or 2002 you said, but like, was there some policy shift, or what was why were the 90s better, or what, do you have any insight into?
No, I don't. I have some guesses, but no one's really studied it. No one has kind of a convincing argument. I mean, the economy, some people point to kind of the economy relative to other places nearby. Does that kind of create a pull, relative to other Midwestern states? Some people point to kind of the culture of Minnesota in the 1990s that pulls young people in. I think we have to keep in mind that young people are typically people who are driving these migration changes. But again, we're talking about 100,000 people moving, over 100,000 people moving in any direction. And we're talking about, maybe 5 to 10,000 on net. And so it's really hard to say why that net number changed when we're talking about the behaviors of so many.
Can I
Yeah.
follow up and get
Yeah.
I understand that it's not researched, but can I get the Susan take of the?
Oh, yeah, go for it.
No, like.
Oh, what I think?
Yeah, like about to Ben's question.
I mean, I was a 20-year-old in the 90s. So people moved here at the time. There was like a music scene. It was a place where people moved here. I don't know if that's still the case or will be the case again, but my explanation, I'm also a sociologist by training, so my explanation is cultural. So a music scene, a culture that drew young people in.
Well, the one thing for this forum though is there some change in the perception of the innovation of this, like how cool it is to work at these companies that we tout? Because 3M had a lot more brand halo in the 80s and 90s.
And the larger corporates
2000s.
might have, it's not all large corporates, but the large corporates were hiring pretty heavily in the 90s.
Interesting. Yeah. And then
There was a lot more defense innovation in the 80s and 90s that drew a lot of companies to this
Yeah,
region.
I mean, I haven't done, I needed a well researched analysis, but like on the back of napkin is like, the economy was growing faster.
Yeah, that's true.
And the culture combined at a really good time. And when the economy is growing faster, guess what? People, institutions invest in cultural assets. And so it is a flywheel, but we have, this does map with like, domestic flows map with like kind of our economic growth rates. And they feed each other. And if you look at the places in the last decade that grew the most, it's basically like the economy was growing, housing was abundant, relatively affordable. And so the question is the chicken or the egg. It's like, did the people lead to the jobs getting added there and the blah, 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 or did it,
Yes.
But once the flywheel's going.
Right, exactly. So there's people open up networks of, the idea is that you open up these networks of information, networks of people that you know in a place, located in the same place, and then more people move on those same flows.
It looks like Lindsay has a question too. Lindsay?
Yeah, Lindsay.
Yeah, it's just it's hard because I'm like, part of me is like 10,000 is not like that's the amount we're talking here, which it feels like a super small number to gather much data on, especially for something as complex as population. But I guess I'm struck by one is the net. If the net out, how do I say this? Like in these gains, either gains, I don't honestly care much about international versus domestic. I mean, in the context of my question, which is that if the outflow on domestic net, like right on all those gray bars underneath, is essentially mostly young people, the concern here is like that's exactly the set of people who are most like right, 50-year-olds aren't having kids.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so it exacerbates whatever existing, the previous slides you showed in terms of declining birth rates, because the net, the set of people who are essentially of childbearing age are leaving the state.
Yep.
And again, you know, I think this is where it would be interesting to sort of see if there's data on this around, you know, the age distribution within, you know, the bars on, you know, on either side, just to understand that impact. Even while understanding that, you know, this isn't, I mean, I would be curious to know, like, again, how well this tracks just the general regional, like if you lined up Wisconsin, Iowa, you know, just kind of that, you know, or the Great Lakes state, some combination there, just to kind of say is I suspect Minnesota is not unique here.
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you're right. I will say the net losses are the largest around college age. So we do have some data on this, and we have a report on our site if you're interested, mn.gov/demography on migration, showing the age distribution, showing where people move. The moves aren't one way, people move back and forth, but for the people who move out in any given year, the many people who are 18 or 19 or 20, yes, that we see some kind of reverse flows around 21, 22, 23, but just not as big as the people who eventually or first left. So there's this loss over time. In terms of comparisons to Midwestern states and other places, we're not so unusual. I mean, South Dakota, North Dakota have had pretty good, pretty strong domestic in-migration inflows. North Dakota, because of the oil, that's tapered off now. South Dakota has had a strong economy that's drawn a lot of people in, but relative to the size of Minnesota, it's a pretty small number of people. But generally, if we're looking at the US overall, people are moving to the Southwest or to Texas, to Florida, to the Southwestern states, not to the Frost Belt. So.
About 55 plus, have you done that?
The ages?
Yeah, like a essentially retirees.
Yeah. There is a small net outflow of people leaving after retirement age. It picks up a little bit after retirement. People are more mobile after they retire, so we see that pick up a little bit, but there's still a lot of people coming into Minnesota at retirement ages, and the major losses that we're seeing are of young people who are in their late teens, early 20s.
Have you done it with any tax information or like adjusted gross income?
So I haven't with the census data that I normally look at, but there have been academics who have looked at how people move relative to their income and potentially different tax rates for different states. And they have found an impact. I mean, it seems logical. They have found an impact for very wealthy people. They have found an impact for inventors of tax rates. And they have only been able to do that because they've had special databases for those two groups, for people making more than $1 million and then also for inventors, and have seen an impact of tax rates on migration. For explaining everybody how all of migration happens, how the workforce happens, there's not data on that.
Why can't, isn't that included in the census?
Yeah, I mean, so you can look and see that people are more likely to move if they're at the lower income level, at the very low income level, or at the higher income level. That tends to be kind of a trend, but you don't have information about people's moves over time. Census just gets them as a snapshot. And so you need to be able to follow people longitudinally to be able to know if the income that they have is impacting that decision. We're just kind of, yeah.
This is not meant to be a criticism of you, right? But I have a theory that a lot of upper income executives, as soon as they retire, I mean, I'm seeing this at a lot of the companies, they flee to these tax haven states. But I don't know if the state seems to well, I mean, that's what we're here, like in the venture capital ecosystem,
Yeah.
makes a material impact, because that's the people that fund the VC firms here locally,
Yeah.
or the high net worth individuals. But it's almost like a data point that people don't want to acknowledge or dig into. And that's what I mean, I don't mean it like,
Yeah.
it's not meant at you at all.
You have to funnel people about it.
But you people, they do though. They audit the crap out of people if they aren't out of the state a certain number of days, 183 days or whatever. They'll get the tax money. So they
Matt can
follow.
tell us about the California Assembly's proposal to retroactively fine people living there a year.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they
Tax their
track people when they want the tax.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It doesn't reconcile with me. That's the only thing.
I'll say that I don't have access to it. I'm not aware of any database that would allow us to answer that question with any rigor.
Yeah.
And the people who have answered it have found that for a small, again, people who you probably know and you know, maybe are, that there is an impact. But I just want to be very clear that it's probably not explaining the workforce trends or workforce growth trends. It might explain what you're talking about in terms of how capital is
Yeah,
venture capital,
yeah,
where it's
tax
flowing.
flows or-
Yeah. I remember talking about this with one legislator, and I said, well, you know, even if one very wealthy person moves, that can have an impact on state taxes. He's like, oh yeah, I remember a footnote where this person didn't have a good planner, and for some reason, all his money went to the state in 1 year, and it had to be a note in the state budget that this was a, so the point is, it can be one person that has an impact. But just don't use that as the explanation for why everyone's moving, because I hear that all the time. I'm tired of that, because I know I mean, my kids didn't look up tax rates before they went off to their schools. Most kids aren't going to do that, 20-year-olds, so, yeah. I don't have my phone in front of me, and I don't want to take more than my time. Where are we? How are we at?
We're good.
Okay.
Do you have more slides?
Okay, I have a few more, I do have more slides if you're interested. Okay, so oftentimes, one point I want to make is that while we have relied on our own internal growth for workforce, that's waning, especially as we see the last of the baby boomers retiring. That most of our growth going forward is going to have to come from other states, which historically we haven't done very well with attracting, although you might have noticed 2025 looked good for us, and some other Midwestern states, so that was a bright spot. But I think oftentimes we're focused on how much growth and where do we find people who already aren't in the workforce? How do we find people who are already outside of, you know, are already within our industry, people who are kind of coming up the normal pathways. And I think one of the things that this does is it forces us to look to new and different ways to find people who will be employed in our state. And this is just one example. This is just educational attainment of people in the workforce in Minnesota up through different age groups. And you can see that there are, you know, large swaths of people in all age groups who maybe could take more training, could be convinced to change industries, and be employed in that way. So I think the focus on bringing new people in under these conditions of slower growth, we need to start kind of looking inward and thinking about how we transition people from lower skill, lower paying work. It just kind of forces that question into higher skilled work. And how do we do it for 40-year-olds instead of, you know, 19-year-olds? I think I have a couple more. Just kind of, the other thing that it kind of forces potentially in terms of public policy is to lean into some industries that are essential. We had to think about this during the pandemic. I don't remember thinking about this ever before the pandemic, thinking about which are those industries that are occupations that are kind of rise above in terms of keeping us all going. Healthcare is the top of the list. This isn't my list, this is just coming out of the National Conference of State Legislatures. the list that different states came up with in terms of essential industries. I think it's another push that will happen just because we're at a point where we're not filling all of our healthcare jobs, our direct care jobs. And so I think we just have to understand that this is one of the kind of, one of the things that might naturally, might be more pressure on public policy around filling these types of jobs. Next slide. Maybe don't think about this unless we're in a macroeconomics class, but slower growth often means, slower population growth often translates to slower economic growth. We have to think about public budgets and what that means. Overall, I think we're talking about, at least on the population side, more constrained growth. You all know the innovation side better than I do. You all know that there are big changes happening as well as I do. And so I can't say on the job side or what the demand side is going to look like going forward, but I can tell you on the people side, we're seeing less growth, and historically that's been tied to less economic growth. Doesn't have to be, but that's typically how it's been. And then I think I have maybe one more slide. Okay, so we do have some ways to kind of adapt. I mentioned education and training, investing in technologies that improve productivity. Of course, those are the things you all know about and that are emerging quickly. So I don't think that I'm not kept up at night about the slower growth. I just want people to understand that this likely isn't changing. That I don't know. We don't use technology. Well, we kind of do. I was going to say we don't make more people with new technologies, but we kind of do. For the most part, the slower growth is here to stay. And then this pushes us toward efficiency, innovation, the things that you all are thinking about on the regular, which I think is good. It's in alignment. Do you have any other questions?
What have you seen as the biggest effective levers to migration?
International immigration, federal immigration policy. It's just, it seems like, there's a whole pool of people who would be here tomorrow. I mean, I talk to recruiters who are like, I have people calling me who would be here tomorrow if I could find a legal pathway to get them here and work. I think it's going to be a much harder sell. It takes like cultural shifts. It takes more information networks to get migration flows within the U.S. to shift. But I think international immigration is ready to go as soon as we have federal policy that allows it.
What about like corporate, like how the Southeast is like, for years, they've kind of recruited in companies in the main, like South Carolina, it's been years now, but like where they started bringing in BMW and all these plants and stuff.
So number 1, 2, and 3 is in federal immigration. It's definitely right.
Really?
Yeah, but after that, like if you're looking at the domestic, so people that do national surveys or perception studies of why people move, it's availability and affordability of housing and availability and affordability of good jobs. Everything else doesn't really matter. Like after that. There are other things that proximity to this type of healthcare, given a condition. Well, there's a long tail of reasons that like everybody's got a story that isn't about housing or jobs. But housing and jobs are number 1 and number 2. So far the drop off.
Tax is that a?
No. If what you're talking about only affects like 1 to 2% of the population. So if you're looking more broadly. At the numbers, like what matters more to me is how much am I going to take home? And if there are more good jobs in that place, the marginal tax difference isn't enough for me to, it only matters when you get to that top bracket.
Those high net worth individuals that are like in that 1 to 2%, they figure out ways around it. Like guaranteed. And they'll stay exactly where they are. It doesn't really matter.
Surprising to me. I'm not trying to make a case. I'm just surprised.
I think the tax is kind of something that's used as like obvious excuse, but if you're that high net worth, like
you're gonna go wherever you wanna go. It's not the tax because I figured out many ways around it. They'll move money wherever it needs to be. They'll just go wherever they want.
Now, if companies aren't growing or jobs aren't growing in that place and maybe it has to do with tax policy, well then yes, like the tax policy is impacting the migration because there's not great abundant economic opportunity.
I think the business tax, but
That's what, yeah, I was
business
thinking
tax
beyond
would
his
have been
personal
back
tax,
in.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that longitudinal series that you had around kind of the 90s and the 2000s, I'm thinking about, friends that I have that are in like the institutional advancement side for education, like at St. Thomas, University of Minnesota. And they, as someone who has kids that are not yet in college, but, at some point will be, they were telling me that like the demographic cliff that we saw in like 08 and 09 is starting to wash ashore in higher education 18, 19 years down the road. Like lower birth rates 20 years ago is now resulting in fewer students enrolling in school. So when we look at this longitudinally, this is what's happening in 25. Are we gonna have enough workers to fill roles that are open in 25 and 26? But how are we thinking about what does this look like 20 years from now? And I know you kind of touched on it, but I'm trying to draw a parallel between the two.
Yeah. And I wish I would have done our labor force I didn't include our labor force projections in here, but it flattens out in the same way that we saw the population growth flatten out, that we've seen this massive level of, we just thought it was normal, but it was kind of really rapid labor force growth over the last 30 years that then leveled off around 2011. Just happens to be when the oldest of the baby boomers started retiring, when those low birth rates started kind of hitting as well. I think we saw that kind of reverse pyramid where every year you have a smaller and smaller cohort of children. I think that's what the schools are experiencing, but then some of them are supplementing with international students to kind of make up for that decline. We've seen in the last I'll say that what happened in the last 3 to 4 years with labor force growth is we didn't expect to see any labor force growth at all. And economists started saying, why are jobs continuing to grow and there shouldn't be any people here? And the Census Bureau's projections actually wasn't capturing all those folks who are coming up through the southern border. And now it makes a little bit more sense that international immigration boost that we had for 3 or 4 years actually kept us more afloat than we would have otherwise projected to be. So it kind of hinges on what happens with immigration policy. And who knows? I would have expected, like 15 years ago when I started this job, I would have expected to see immigration policy eventually align with what businesses need for workers. And that just, obviously we're here today and that hasn't happened.
But, so, does the state want to just have like an increased volume? They want the federal government to, maybe let more people come to the state? Or do you want a certain quality of the people that come to the state, and they're incentivizing industries to bring that quality here? Or do you just want volume? Because it seems to me the volume could actually be negative. Taxes go up or whatever. So it's like, how do they think about it more like granular?
Yeah.
Volume is good, but it has to be like, I think there's
I'll speak for myself and not for the state, but I will say that it's both and. So the need right now is not just for really high skilled workers. There's also a huge need in healthcare and direct care that you can't necessarily innovate out of. And especially in greater Minnesota where you need a person taking care of 1 other or 2 other people. So I would say that I wouldn't say that it is just volume, like the policy shouldn't necessarily be volume. I don't know how I feel.
States don't set immigration policy.
Yeah.
So the federal government can do things like change the
hope is that businesses will put more pressure on the
Businesses have,
federal government.
For those 15 years, have been, you know, White House roundtables and multiple administrations. You go around the room and it's like, what's your number one concern? Immigration reform, immigration reform, immigration reform, immigration reform. It's just America's politics.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
People aren't listening to business leaders. People are getting elected on both sides by their ability to rail against business leaders. So business leaders have been having.
Lindsay and then
Lindsay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple thoughts. Number one, I appreciate the, my read of the data you've shown, and it's not that it's unfamiliar to me. I sit on the National Council for my alma mater, and so this demographic question is coming up quite a bit. And in conjunction with AI. So this is where this is going to intersect this conversation. So one, I think it's one of these things where as leaders, whether in the business sector or in the government sector or higher education, like this is the facts. And I think there is a bit of like, I don't think it's fully grokked at all those levels yet that this is what's coming. And we're not going to be in a growth phase like we've been in, and to actually start to get really clear about how do we provide what we need to provide, what's optional, and really come up with business models that reflect that demographics. And so I really applaud you for bringing that bit forward and clear. I don't think we're going to immigrate our way out of this, to be clear. I think it can help slow, like if done well, I think it could be a valuable transition. And maybe just modulate some of the worst potential outcomes of this. But I don't think immigration, when you're saying 10,000, the net change is in the, 10,000 or less people in a given year. I don't see like at a state level that having like a big change. And I think one of the things I am curious about is, and then I'll connect it to AI and scale and business in a second, but we hear a lot about childcare and the fact that there are people that could be more employed or higher employed, right, in some way, shape, or form, but childcare is become a real challenge, especially in the rural parts of Minnesota. It's no different over here in Wisconsin, right? So, I am curious to have some sense of, because I keep thinking, I'm like, well, I don't believe young people are going to all of a sudden have 5 kids, right? I just don't think that's going to happen, and I think we should be real about that. But again, in the efforts to try and maximize the workforce that we have in place, there's some obvious things of how do we keep more young people in state through attractive education and job options, right? How do we make sure that they can be in the workforce, right? So I think it's getting really clear about how you preserve the growth, or not the growth, the population you have, and not make it worse with the levers that you do have available. And so, but to connect this to scale and AI, I will say this, that there's some interesting, at this point, still early stage research, and just, the big corporations, because that's who many of us work for, right? We've had this playbook about what growth looks like. And there's a lot about what's going on with AI that's upending what scale and growth looks like. Yeah. And like there are companies that are 40-person companies that are getting bought up and sold for billions right now. And it's bonkers to me. I want to be clear, like it's bonkers. But I wonder what that tells us about, is there something there that we should be looking at and saying, there's an opportunity there that allows us to drive the maximum amount of economic benefit from the smallest amount of people, and how do we place some bets there? So that's one of the things I would encourage us also to think about, is understand we're in a transformative time, and the playbook, I think, is getting upended in a lot of ways. And maybe it doesn't in the end, but where are those places that are kind of those early signals that say, if this scales, or if this is the kind of thing that ends up becoming repeatable, we would really benefit from having some good bets in that. So that's my, sorry, two, like I said, one is about the childcare question. If you have any data there, I'm curious. I don't, but again, it's sort of my thoughts and looking at what's there, and I don't know, maybe provoke a little bit of discussion in the room.
Doesn't you use the word constraints, and it's like that, I think at one point. There's a room of innovation goals. So it's like those constraints often breed innovation. And so, your point, Susan, like policy is probably going to incentivize making sure we have people to deliver those critical care roles to keep our society running. It's also going to mean that strategics, being the state or federal government or companies, are going to prioritize investments in technologies that reduce the need for that headcount. That's like, okay, what does that mean for me as an investment portfolio? And then as a state, it's like, if you think about companies that have grown the most over the last 5 or 10 years or 20 years, were places in the world, it wasn't because they had the most workers or had the most population growth. It's because they grew in the right technology areas. And so I think Lindsay's exactly right. It's like, maybe our constraints can actually like force us to like take stock of some questions about what do we do with the limited number of people we have, and as you said, Susan, make sure that every one of those people is reskilled for the best possible economic opportunities. Maybe we could actually be more prosperous.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. I really appreciate Lindsay, your kind of confirming that you're hearing what I'm saying about slow population growth, but also saying that that that's one constraint, but we're in a different time right now. And again, how do we place those good bets? We're in a transformative time. I appreciate that. And I think if you all understand that, I think we're not going to be building whatever we build off of lots more people, then I've done my job.
Mine is a short question.
Yeah.
From a demographic perspective, you've helped us understand the narrative and an interplay between economic growth and population that came across loud and clear. Where do I go to kind of continue the education around the macroeconomic picture for Minnesota? What's the best resource, or what are resources I can think about to continue to go and learn about? Because we're weaving the data into a narrative.
Yeah.
The narrative is very important, and I'd like to continue to think and learn about that. Where should I go?
I'm going to hand
You
this
should
over.
read the demographic report. The report is really great.
Right.
The macroeconomic question. I don't know. Are we going to give Kevin's phone number to?
Yeah.
Is there a state?
Yeah. He's a state economist. Yeah.
That's what the chamber's done. There's greater MSP.
Yeah, I think the Chamber Foundation probably has the most volume of reports.
It's like a Minnesota 2030 report. I think it's called.
I'll say in terms of a picture for Minnesota of the macroeconomic picture, the state economist tracks that very closely. It's a really small department, and they're doing it specifically to be able to project for the state budget. So their role is less kind of educational, less outward publication, but those folks have a handle on it more than anyone.
I can share what my different updating blogs and
Yeah, okay. That would be
press
helpful.
releases
Just
that are
so,
regular that you wanted to follow.
really appreciate it. This is
Where do you view us is it a crisis? Or is it when you look out the next 30 years?
Yeah, I mean, there are some crises that are already happening around healthcare and care of vulnerable people. So I'd say those crises are happening right now in terms of finding people to care for them. I don't know about
like the state from an economic and vitality perspective, is it like? Because you've got that, I mean, that's great data for a long time. I don't know, yeah, and it doesn't look great, but I can't tell if it's.
I mean, I think it depends on what happens, and I don't know. I know the people side. I have some insight into what probably needs to happen, like we've been talking about today. But I mean, there's a path out. There's an innovative path out. There's an immigration path out, or maybe some combination of those things. So I don't know. That's nice.
Yeah, because population is flattening in the next 30 years or whatever. Now, granularity, what gets, what that population looks like and how that changes growth. I guess, if it just stays at the same, whatever division or segmentation or something, maybe it actually grows slow. But if there's higher value opportunities or something, then it's like, wow, the state, even though the population is flat, there's all these, higher paying jobs or more productivity, and it's actually doing well.
Yes.
So that's the you said kind of portfolio bets the state has to make. Like, when you see that, you have
I think that's right.
Yeah.
I think that there's a way to grow out of it, but it's not the lazy way that we, I mean, not that we were lazy, but it's not automatic. It's not insured. It has to be through some other kind of increase in productivity. That's not, no.
This was a pretty similar position like half a century ago, where like the numbers would suggest it would like up. And the like industrial belt fell off and we avoided it. And then the 25 years after that, like we created our own path. Like we can do that again.
So like I work in a company that's headquartered in Ohio. So you're saying, I think what you're saying is those states,
When
they kind of,
when the Rust
Michigan,
Belt, we avoided
kept
that
going,
on a
yeah.
different trajectory for about 25 years. I think we might have missed an opportunity to continue that on ramp in like the internet era. Kind of kept floating. But we have like avoided we've been at a comparable position one time before. I'm gonna come in later with hope. My goal is to win you over by the time we get out of this.
I gotta tell you, there's some people that are really happy about slower population growth. They're not focused on economics, but they are focused on the environment. They're focused, resources.
I mean, to that question, it's interesting I guess I think of all this rhetoric around immigration, but it is interesting to sort of like, do people not understand these numbers and what the actual consequence of it is going to be for them and there's whatever social services, roads, all this public infrastructure they rely on day in and day out. Like, it's really, I don't think there's really a genuine awareness and understanding of it. And I wonder if it would change things, maybe not, but.
If the retirees are leaving, then maybe it's, for all the tax reasons, it's better. We'll be in a better spot, right?
For the weather.
I don't think this is about taxes in the end. I really don't.
Pretty low, right? The net was pretty low, she said.
For what?
For the over.
All right.
That's what I'm saying. So if they stay and they have high tax dollars and less, like.
We have high income taxes. They don't have an income. It's not a like.
Well, they have income.
But I'm saying like when you look at her numbers, there's a great page on the report. It's like there is higher outflow in your 60s than there is in your 50s, right? But most people are not. Most of the population is not making a decision based on the tax rates. So and we're aging, and so that portion of our population is growing. They need more long-term care. The people providing that are mostly immigrants. I mean, it is
most of the tax is paid by the people that are making the decision.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. But most seniors aren't in the high income tax bracket. Most anybody isn't in the high income tax bracket.
Talking about the wave of
Only
people on
that's
higher.
So we will have to figure out how to pay for it.
Well, I think about it I'm strictly saying from a venture capital perspective, that's why the state is not we don't have a lot of wealthy people that stay here, and then the VC, we don't have a lot of VC funds as a result.
Sorry, I wouldn't go that far.
I just-
I'm coming from Silicon Valley.
I taxed most.
Like,
VC
yeah, we
funds.
get taxed like crazy. Everything's insanely expensive. There are square blocks that are probably smaller than out here, where vast majority of venture capital dollars are flowing in and flowing out. And it's not
80%
because
of
of
venture capitals in Massachusetts, New York, and California.
Yeah, they're not saying like, oh, the taxes are so high, we're out of here. Like, there's so much opportunities. There's this concentration of, very skilled people and high achievers that are all competing for one another, and they're going to stay there. They can complain about the 5-year California proposed tax bill, whatever. They're still going to stay there.
I'll move to Oklahoma, try to build this high growth venture. There's no talent. I'm never going to make it to market, but my job not that tax rate.
I know they figure out all the tax advantages and things like.
I mean, honestly.
I work for a family office. My CEO is a billionaire. He's not complaining about the taxes on a regular basis because I'm sure he's figured out all the ways. And same with all of his buddies.
I'm not getting a tax debate here, but Silicon Valley is an anomaly. You can't because we're not going to replicate Silicon Valley. People don't leave there because I think it's got the best universities in the world. It's got all the VCs. It's just that, it's hard to unwind because everybody said after COVID that it would all go to these other places.
So
it's got a flywheel.
Yeah.
But we don't have that. This is not Silicon Valley.
I think the main question is what is the flywheel that can be created here? Because LA has its own flywheel, the Bay Area has its own flywheel, New York has its own flywheel, Miami's turning into one like influencers and probably 2 other things. Texas is big in real estate, but also healthcare, oil and gas. So I think the real question is, what is the flywheel that can be created here? And what are some of the moves that need to be created for that? You can look at AI. AI is only a small part of it. Yes, you have all these companies that are becoming billion-dollar companies with 40 people, but they also go under very quick. So I think it's what are some of the long-term things that can be brought here or more multiplied or amplified here that already exist? So I think that's a real question.
We are 30 minutes over agenda, but everyone, and so that's on me as the coordinator, but I know having Susan here was really a treat for everybody, was obviously a big, made everyone think differently. I mean, I think we all learned something. We will have her slides, we'll share out the slides, we'll share her website to find more information. I'll also send the links to some of the updates that we send from DEED, so if you want to sign up for those updates, you can on some of this data. But we are going to move on. We were going to, thank you, Susan.
Thanks for
Thank you for staying with us a little over. We were going to be doing some updates. Obviously, my updates are not as important as the speakers that are here to come and speak today. But just briefly to kind of give a prelude of why some of the speakers are here today. We've been working with a small group of some of our corporate innovator meetup members. And for Launch Minnesota, we really have 3 goals still. The same goals that we had really when at the creation of this. One is really that strategic connection, right, throughout our ecosystem. And so one of the reasons of today's agenda was a suggestion by one of our subcommittees to say, there are so many incredible organizations and universities around the state that are seeking corporate engagement. And every one of our members have different levels of engagement in these organizations, like Plug and Play, like DIU, and Greater MSP and U of M and all that. So their suggestion was, could we convene these organizations at some of our, quarterly meetings here, so everyone kind of gets a flavor of what's happening, a flavor of other ways to engage that they might not have been. So really kind of that convening the corporate conveners, and again, kind of at one place that might add some efficiency. So we'll see today how you like it, and if you learn things, and if that's something that we want to do moving forward, and if our partners want to continue to join for some of those updates. Another goal that we have is increasing that capital and increasing the access to capital, and some of it being the non-financial resources. There is some things there that we'll talk about. I won't take the time right there, but there's some ideas that we have with our higher ed institutions and our corporates to add maybe a bit more transparency about how our startup ecosystem and others might engage with some of the work that you're already doing. We're hoping it wouldn't be any more time on members of this network. Maybe it's, we could work with others on your staff or others within your organization, but different on-ramps, to help kind of better define some of those on-ramps that startups and others might have. And then the last goal is expanding access, expanding the access to the markets and growing that ecosystem. And we have an opportunity that was also suggested by our subgroup to try to highlight the sectors in Minnesota. We all work in the sectors, and we really think that is a nice way to talk about it because each one's so unique. And so there was an idea called Innovation in Minnesota. The name can change. We will co-create it with this group. But we were thinking of doing a series of events. We'd obviously work with our partners because I know Plug and Play is going to talk to you about an idea they have too. But what we were thinking is it's an incredible way to bring all of our, and everything that we're trying to do is this is a really important group where you're working amongst your peers, and our higher ed, they're working amongst their peers, and our startups are working with each other, but how do we do more cross-collaboration across the members of our ecosystem? And so what we envision these series as being is, let's say Cardell is on this panel along with maybe another subject matter expert, an investor, maybe a successful founder, and it would be the audience would be really anyone. You would learn about commercialization, maybe ways to engage with corporates, investment trends, market trends, right? It would really be events for everybody. We would decide which sectors we'd want to start with. Obviously, with government, we don't want to do anything alone. So we would want to obviously work with partners here around the table, corporates around the table. And then I've also reached out to the Star Trip, and they're willing to partner with us on this because I really want it to be a high visibility series. Looking forward to maybe starting the first one in June, but we would have to have them all designed before that. So I think just in a time right now, another unprecedented time in Minnesota. I don't know how many times I've said that being in state government and only being here for 5 to 6 years now. It's a nice way to shine a spotlight on all the incredible work that each of you are doing around the table. So curious about some of your ideas on that. So we can talk about that after, but I just wanted to kind of plant those seeds. The next section that we are going to talk about is bringing all of these incredible organizations that work with corporates all day, every day, and how you can better engage, and how they want to intersect with you and those that you work with. Does that work?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, their badges.
And please get up. We kind of skipped a break too. So while people are talking, help yourself to snacks, drinks.
And there are, you'll need badges if you want to go to the restroom. Men's room is on that side, women's room is over there, and there are badges by the soda.
All right. You're up. Huh? Yes. And so everyone will have about 15 minutes. We'll get back on agenda here.
Yes, feel free to grab a snack. I know how much sustenance is important, but good afternoon. I'm Yvonne Miller. I'm the Ecosystem Engagement Lead for the Defense Innovation On-Ramp Hub Minnesota, and it's a pleasure to be here to talk to you all about the Defense Innovation Unit and the On-Ramp Hub Minnesota, because Minnesota actually does have a legacy of defense innovation, and our goal is to awaken that sleeping giant and get Minnesota back in leading the way for national security efforts. And so just a little background on myself. I retired in 2023 after 26 years active duty Army. My branch was military police, but my degree's in mechanical engineering, so I was able to go back and teach at West Point in the civil mechanical engineering department and work some capabilities development and integration for a few of my assignments in the Army. And so being able to bring that knowledge back here and tie back into the defense industry here and bring some economic opportunities to the state of Minnesota, it was a great opportunity because I spent my entire career taking care of soldiers, and now I can do that by trying to get the best technologies in the hands of our warfighters. So if you want to go to the next slide, I'll start with a little background on the Defense Innovation Unit itself, in case for those that are not familiar with the DIU. It was established in 2015 under SecDef Ash Carter, and when he realized that commercial technology was outpacing the capability development that they were doing in the Department of Defense, and they needed to tap into that innovation that was occurring in the private sector. So the DIU was initially set up in Silicon Valley, out there in California as DIU X, so it's experimental, but it still exists today with the mission to accelerate as you see up there, accelerate the Department of War's adoption of commercial technology at speed and scale in order to deter conflict or when if required to fight. So DIU acts as a facilitator, but engaging defense mission partners. They develop, so when we say defense mission partners, it includes all the service branches and combat commands, other defense agencies within the Department of War, all these separate customers to develop solicitations and then provide that collaborative opportunities with the private sector and tap into the different ecosystems. And then they help identify those local innovators to help match those capabilities to the needs of the warfighters. And then they also engage industry and academic institutions, other innovators in the different ecosystems in order to streamline paths for those commercial companies to get information about operational problem sets and then access to civil defense officials. Overview, so basically high-level overview of the Defense Innovation Unit. If you want to go to the next slide, they actually do have portfolios in specific technology areas that you see up here. These are areas of interest, and those are these portfolios are manned with experts in those technology areas and combined with warfighting experience. And Minnesota actually does have a strength in some of these emerging technologies. When you see emerging technology up there, it has a portfolio that includes like hypersonics, advanced materials, microelectronics. So those are a lot of the strengths of the state of Minnesota, as well as cyber is also considered a strength, and obviously medtech is always in the conversation. The DIU doesn't just focus on these 7 portfolios. They work across the board with all the defense mission partners to identify the needs, and then they also focus on the Undersecretary of War. The Office of the Undersecretary of War for Research and Engineering has 6 critical technology areas that they've also identified, which includes applied AI, biomanufacturing, so that's another area that Minnesota plays in, contested logistics technologies, quantum and battlefield information dominance, scaled directed energy, and scaled hypersonics. So if you want to go to the next slide. So yeah, although it started in the Silicon Valley, they realized that innovation is occurring across the nation, and so they established the Defense Innovation Unit, established on-ramp hubs to tap into all these local innovators in other areas and expand that defense industrial base. And in 2024, they established 5 hubs that were in Washington, Hawaii, Arizona, Ohio, and Kansas. And then last year, they selected Minnesota, Montana, and Kentucky for on-ramp hub locations. The mission of the on-ramp hub is to enable that collaboration between the private sector and the Department of War in order to accelerate the integration of commercial and dual-use technology. So they're looking for companies that are investing in themselves and that already have that development, and then tap into that for defense needs. For all these on-ramp hubs, there are certain things that they specialize in, but they share the projects and events across all the on-ramp hubs. For example, on-ramp hub Arizona just had XTIC 26-1 last week, which was to support Central Command, CENTCOM's with testing, the integration of new and emerging technologies that were focused as small unmanned aircraft systems and for the detection, identification, sensor distributor type technologies. And so we made sure the innovators in our area that were operating in that space were aware of that and could submit solutions to that. Some of the on-ramp hubs are nested under universities like the Montana State and the University of Louisville and Wichita State. Others have been established under mission accelerator centers that, so Arizona, that's how they were already tied in with Central Command and then with the Southwest MAC, and then also Hawaii really tied into the Indo-PACOM problem set with their Pacific Impact Zone mission accelerator. And so for Minnesota, we are under the umbrella of the Minnesota National Security Ecosystem. It's a nonprofit member organization. Is anyone familiar with that organization? So they are the ones who submitted to bring the hub here. If you want to go to the next slide. And at the end of September, they were awarded the agreement. So that it is federally funded under the Department of War to bring the hub here. And we had our official launch event last December, and with the support of Representative McCollum, Representative Finstad were there. We had the state, the Adjutant General, Major General Menke was there, as well as other DIU officials, and with over 130 people in attendance at that launch event, including a lot of industry partners. And as of January this year, we have a full staff, and since February, we really have been averaging 1 to 2 collaborative events a week in support of our ecosystem. Okay. Do you want to go to the next slide?
That's a question.
Yes.
So, go back a slide. Look, maybe I missed this. Why did they pick Minnesota?
Why Minnesota? If you notice, if you want to go back to the map, to all the locations of the other hubs are actually located next to active duty bases. And they get exposed to retirees, the defense industry. Minnesota has no active duty military bases. It has a lot of corporate innovation going on. They have the Fortune 500 companies, a lot of startups coming out of the universities, and they wanted to tap into that innovation that was occurring here. Besides the other industry that was here back in the 80s and 90s, that there was actually a historical basis for a lot of the technology that was feeding the defense industry at the time. So now would they want to tap back into that, and all these companies that are already established here in the state of Minnesota that can provide innovative solutions. And so it also helped that we have the support of Representative McCollum, who's on the Defense Appropriations Committee.
So your view of the Defense Innovation Hub's view of Minnesota is quite a bit different than what other people think it is.
As far as, so when you say other people's view
Oh,
outside of the state?
We're out, I mean, one of the reasons we're trying to figure out
Within the state.
how to inject more innovation in the state. You're saying there already is quite a bit. Is that, am I following it?
Yeah, but I'm a native Minnesotan, so I've lived throughout the country, being in the military, I've been in a lot of other states and seeing types of businesses that are there and how they interact with communities. And I would say that you've got a lot of brain power here. You've got a lot of people willing to invest in communities and invest in development, and in the state governance. Stands up entities generally to help promote that economic development. There's a collaborative part of that Minnesota has the opportunity, I think, for growth, but typically has not worked in the defense sector.
I personally agree with you. I think sometimes our culture here, we focus on all the things that are not quite as well. I don't know if we realize how attractive the area really is.
That is kind of a problem. We don't sell ourselves very well. Yeah. There has been opportunities in the past that we have not been able to capitalize on because either people were siloed and we're not collaborating to build that picture and tell that story. I know Greater MSB is trying to do better at telling the story and attract from outside the state, but also to keep the people who are within the state to stay within the state.
So I'd be interested to kind of capture the reasons why hubs like this start up in the state of Minnesota and try to bring all that together into, as we're trying to attract more innovation spending or more focus on the Fortune 500 companies that are here. I feel like sometimes we focus on, again, all the negative things, and you can always find those, but there's a lot of positives here too that are attracting third-party
investment and migration into the state, I guess, for organizations like this.
Yeah, and I think that's one of our goals too within the hub is to actually tap into your ideas within the industry here to, one, to identify the capabilities. That's part of my role as the ecosystem engagement lead, is to meet with all the industry, capture what are the capabilities and opportunities here that people don't know about outside of the state, specifically the defense market, but and the Department of War, but to highlight those capabilities and say, you know, we have a solution here within the state that can address that need and really just provide better exposure to the state. But we need to know what it is here within the state, and that's kind of what we're doing in this initial stage of the hub is build up what I guess educate about the ecosystem, you know, learn about it and then educate it broadly across the Department of War, but also internally so that everyone can connect with each other.
And a lot of it is built, I mean, we have a ton of strengths, right? And we already have a lot of that energy happening throughout the ecosystem. As partners around the table, it's just like this, working together and sharing and learning how we can support, you know, we can support each other to make those efforts grow even stronger.
So the national security ecosystem, which is what I talked about, it's kind of gone from 0 to 100 in a fairly short time, but the chair of that, Bill Harper, recently did a podcast, I think it was about 3 weeks ago, on Twin Cities business, and it addressed a lot of what you're talking about, but again, nobody knows about it, but he talks about like being 50th out of 50 in terms of funding received, but the raw ingredients are all here, and a long time ago they were all doing, but you should listen to that podcast afterwards.
We're worst in the country, right? We're 49th.
50th out of 50.
50th,
Yeah. For funding.
For receiving
And
from.
Betty McCollum is on the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's not in power. She might be in those emails. So, which is part of the reason you see things.
But she
The
wasn't.
private sector makes decisions.
Just, you know, he worked for her for 20 years.
Yeah,
Bill Harper did, so.
Yeah, Bill Harper is the one who brought the hub here, and then it actually was the
interview does a good job of sort of explaining kind of what you're asking.
Yeah.
Why is this a good place to consider?
the interview.
Yeah. You're gonna have to link to the podcast.
Yeah, the Twin Cities Business Journal is who we did the interview with, and actually the last slide in this chart here too, I highlight some of those efforts that he mentioned in that interview. So yeah, definitely highly encourage you to listen to that because that's some of the efforts that are going forward that other entities can tie into. Yeah, if you want to jump back to the other side, we are actually located in the Court International Building in St. Paul off of University and 280. I know a few people have been there already and actually supported events there, but it's designed to hold up to, if you want to jump back up to why do we exist? How can we support you, I guess, is the question. We're designed to hold, it's a collaborative space designed to hold up to 100 people. And we design our programming and services in order to capitalize on the strengths and also address the needs of our ecosystem. We host larger open invitation type of events and then, but also smaller focused roundtables. As long as it's aligned with a defense priority or need, we can co-host with different entities to help them achieve their goals and objectives. And it's all designed to foster that networking and catalyze our ecosystem here in Minnesota. And our programs also help provide educational content about how to work with the Department of War and how the DoD does business, and then also provides information on compliance and regulatory requirements and how companies could meet that in order to work with the Department of War. And then we also help foster discussions on specific tech verticals. So we're talking about those different sectors that you were talking about, having different meetings on those. We also do the same thing to try to bring together. In fact, we're planning one on autonomy right now, and where we'll bring in the Defense Innovation Unit portfolio manager to talk about the defense needs, but then also highlight some of the efforts that are going on in the autonomous space. Some examples of what we've done so far. Actually, we had a venture capital panel that Ben actually sat on to help provide some of our small businesses and startups some information about investment insights, and JP Morgan was also on that, as well as a couple other venture capital firms. But so we're looking to connect our industry with funders as well as other industry partners, academic institutions, and then obviously the defense senior officials. We also co-hosted an event with Twin Cities Aerospace Network, where Dr. Sean Costigan came in and made a presentation about the reference curriculum that NATO is developing for AI as a military tool. And then we had the United States Army War College senior leaders present on acquisition pathways and critical technology areas that the Department of War is looking at. And then we've also hosted other smaller roundtables. One was focused on additive manufacturing, and another one focused on workforce development for microelectronics in support of the Minnesota scale. I think there might be one. Oh, well, the funding pathways. People always ask how can we actually get funding opportunities here to the state, but we have DIU posts actual commercial solutions openings to their website and other challenges that companies can submit solution briefs to and actually obtain prototype contracts. There are other transaction agreements that could ultimately, if they meet the success metrics for that, they can move on to a production OTA and get funding for that. We always encourage people to, within our ecosystem here, if we see a solicitation that matches their capabilities, we encourage them to submit. But we also have the ability to submit for or support strategic impact projects that are more focused and mission-driven with measurable objectives that would build something within our region here. And because some of those funding pathways, they become very narrow, but ultimately if they're getting exposure by submitting solution briefs to the Defense Innovation Unit. I think I have one more slide, just kind of some of the initiatives that if you listen to Bill Harper's interview, he talks about most of these, so I won't expound on this too much unless there's any questions. But one of the big ones is that Minnesota Aerospace Complex that is being developed or being built in Rosemont under Northwind's purview, and they're always looking for input from industry who could potentially use this facilities, because they'll have the physical infrastructure for experimentation, for example, wind tunnels for high Mach hypersonic testing, but they'll also have that digital backbone to do the digital engineering and be able to iterate more quickly on the designs. A lot of our initiatives are focused on the test and evaluation type of capabilities, so that innovators, startups, people who are prototyping can quickly advance their technologies and iterate on their technologies with these test and evaluation capabilities. And so also like that Lake Superior test range up there in Duluth, we have a few companies that are tying in order to put out the sensors out on buoys in the lake and have that deep water ability to test autonomous systems. And then ultimately they're also looking to build a reverse engineering center where they can take adversarial systems and reverse engineer them so that we can test against those, the defense against those systems. We're working with the Minnesota National Guard because a lot of people aren't aware of all the facilities that Camp Ripley has, and we actually have people coming from out of state to use those facilities. But if we working to establish a procedure so that our industry can use their facilities for test and evaluation purposes as well for emerging technologies.
To explore that possibility? Or?
Yeah. Yes. So
contact, we can reach to you, or you can route us to the right people.
Yes. For all these efforts, all these business cards and information about the hub here. If you're interested in hearing more, you can reach out to me. And a lot of these are in the initial stages as we were just established really in December. So as we do the planning, we'd like to get the feedback on what is the needs and what are the requirements, what are the opportunities that we could share across the board.
And we'll share your contacts with everybody, but I hate to say it, we just, is that okay?
Was there another slide?
Oh, no, that's it. Yeah, that's it. So if there's any questions, you can share my contact
Very
information.
informative. And can we share the slides or some of the slides?
Yes, yeah, those are.
Yes. Okay. We have about 30 minutes left. We will have to, maybe we will extend it a little bit, but just, we'll go with Greater MSP next, plug and play.
We may have to have Kirk go next because he has a hard stop at 3:30.
Okay.
Kirk, would you be ready to present?
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to go ahead and share out my screen. Appreciate the opportunity. Can you see the screen okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, great. All right, so I'm an instructor, and the question that I always have at the University of St. Thomas, where I teach the innovation and entrepreneurial class for Opus College of Business, is how can we inspire non-traditional innovation students? And this happens every year, every class, up to 3 classes a year. And the question becomes about how can we reimagine this experience? And I'll connect this back to all of you in just a second. But basically what we did is we did just that, reimagine that experience. When I was introduced to the innovation programs, part of a traditional MBA program, case studies were very common. We did not engage industry partners. We did not look at what current problems and opportunities existed. So what we did is we started inviting those conversations into the classroom. And so by virtue of creating this question and changing the way we looked at how we supported education, we were able to actually transition the discussion to make it more interactive. Our corporate partners are now part of our case studies. They're part of our actual problem statement and thesis. So 5 years in the making, the inspiration comes from real world problems. So in the course that we teach, we invite students to go after an existing opportunity, something they've wanted to do all their lives, or it's something that's happening at work, or it's something that's happening in their community. So we actually use real world statements. We created a strategic partnership with the platform. It's an open source innovation platform that I'm excited to talk about to anyone that wants to listen. My background is a little bit on the technology side, but the cool thing is it helps us accelerate the idea funnel. And we learned this concept at United Health Group, where I worked for a number of years. We learned the hard way of asking 45,000 people to contribute to problem solving doesn't work. We crashed our servers that weekend. We learned from that we need a different system in place to actually harness that creative capability. As a consultant for almost 5 years, I also recognize the fact that a lot of the wonderful ideas exist within the ecosystems we support. So let's create a platform to embrace that. So the platform is Wazuko. It's out of UK. It's been used in a variety of different organizations. We had a version or a homemade version of this United Health Group, and we've been using the Wazuko platform at St. Thomas now for almost 3 years. We have wonderful mentors. Some of those mentors are in the room right now with you. Some of those mentors have been referred to us, and that mentorship network continues to grow every year. We're grateful and extremely appreciative of the support that we receive from the community. We could not do what we did if we did not have subject matter experts and mentors. Those partnerships also extend to people in the room. Many of you have been invited as a part of this process here at the University of St. Thomas, and we realize that it's absolutely essential to innovating and accelerating that. The other thing too, that I'm very proud of the students, competitions. This is one class out of a standard MBA program. And I'll get into some of the statistics and all that other stuff. But the fun thing is we test, we learn, we grow, and we participate in other startups. So you mentioned Plug and Play, Generator, Beta. We have a wonderful ecosystem here in the Twin Cities, and we're always excited when our students continue to support that ecosystem and expand on it. So a little bit about the numbers. We've been teaching and building this idea. The fun or frustrating thing for students is it's a build your own adventure course because it's constantly evolved and adapted. I haven't taught the class the same way because my audiences change. I have healthcare audiences, business audiences, and corporate audiences. And so we use a variety of different tools that have worked in corporate environments to get ideas off the ground. 300, maybe 400 students that have gone through the program. Essentially what we get is results. So we do the idea funnel, use the Wazuko platform. We start with 100 to 250 ideas at the beginning of the class. We shortlist those ideas to about 10 or 12. Those ideas then end up becoming part of a competition or an idea that is launched in the corporate environment or it's used for personal gain. About 18%, give or take, of all the students to take this one single class will start a business within 2 years. It's one class, not a year and a half, not 2 years, not a 4-year program. It's one single class. Out of those students that participate in university-sponsored challenges, the Fall Fowler or the Business Plan Challenge, we have a placement rate in the top 3 of about 85%. That changes from time to time, but they do very well. Almost 80% or more of all of our students apply what they learn at work, and they apply it within the businesses that they work. They will start ideas, they will launch ideas, they will create that innovation and that mindset within the corporate space or for their own personal gain. We haven't done any formal fundraising, but we've won or awarded or had students win or sell their ideas. We're somewhere in the $300,000-$400,000 range, and that's for a traditional MBA program, a single class. It's the only class that I know of at the University of St. Thomas where you actually have a shot at making money. So proud of that. Okay, so the platform. Not to bore you too much, but the idea with the Wizuko is that we've been able to scale and build and define and grow the platform to suit every potential use case we've defined. This is the unifying entrepreneurial innovation ecosystem example. Students can submit ideas towards a challenge, or it can be free form. So there's lots of different things that come through. Like I said, 300 plus students, 5 years, collected maybe 500-600 ideas, but you can start with a challenge or you can start with just an open-ended idea. So in a corporate mindset, we typically get asked to go after a couple of challenges. So it starts with a challenge or it starts with an open-ended question. Stage review, this is the thing I like. I'm a project manager, business requirements, deploying lots of really cool things, expensive things. So stage review gate is how we get to the accelerated outcomes faster. Every idea is reviewed internally by subject matter experts. So I'm in IT, so that means these ideas go through finance and security, they go through audits, they go through HIPAA compliance before they advance too far down the road. And as a project manager with a background in certifications, we don't want to have these ideas get too far along the pipeline that don't meet those executive goals and operational necessity, so on and so forth. So every one of these gates is defined by the client and customer and is reviewed by subject matter experts. We invite external subject matter experts if we don't have visibility to what those review gates are, so we can customize this. So pretty cool. This is an idea. Obviously, this is probably silly on your slide. Lots of logo. Sorry. The concept, though, is pretty basic. It starts with a corporate challenge or an idea. Then we would match that opportunity among our university systems and networks. So one of the things that I'll put back to the group is we're always looking to partner and grow that relationship. University of Minnesota, as represented in today's meeting, wonderful partners. If you're going to the Convene conference next week, hope to see you there. Amazing. So the idea here is we internally could review the best way to source these opportunities. We can work collectively as an academic system. Now, Macalester College, Concordia College, St. John's, St. Ben's, Morrison, the list could go on and on and on. But essentially what happens at the University of St. Thomas is we have 4, 5, 6 different departments. I'm in the business school. I'll work with the engineering school. We have the Morrison School of Health. There's so many different schools. AI is the big topic today, so that goes to Manjeet, who you might know. He's the chair of that department in engineering for AI. But the concept is our corporate clients would work with us. We could be an extension of your departments, your innovation infrastructure. We could help augment that in a way that utilizes capacity at academic centers. So at the University of St. Thomas, 3 cohorts, 90 to 120 different students over the course of a year that could be available to support these concepts. And then we work with our partnership, our larger network, not all represented here, but giving you an idea. And we run it like a project or a contract to its completion. Sample proposal. Obviously, it starts with a problem statement and how long, how much time, how much work would go into this. But as a project manager, obviously, we would work with our corporate clients to define what makes most sense, run that to that acceptable deliverable or goal, and turning it back to the group. The idea here, if you want to know more, learn more, connect, I'm I guess a natural I don't know, collaborator, networker, I don't know what you want to call it. Next week we'll be at Convene. I think Mayo's got some great things happening in the evening. We're at St. Thomas next week. Actually, we're going to be Greater MSP. I think Jim from Greater MSP is going to be joining us on Friday. So if you'd like to connect with me, send me an email or submit an idea. If you've got a corporate interest and you'd like to explore this concept further, feel free to click on the links and I'll send out the slides as well. So I think that opened up to questions, but yeah.
Any questions, sir? This is a platform that we've been talking to him about, how, once again, when we talk about kind of our 3 goals, right, is we also convene a higher ed network with public and private colleges and universities across the state. So how do we kind of, bring that together with the corporates and other organizations to have further collaboration and solve some problems? So, any questions for him?
The example that Kirk showed, like the companies, there are typically larger firms that would plausibly be expected to come with funding for activities that they would be proposing. Is that how I should think of it? Or how should I think of this?
I mean, he should probably answer that, but the funding, you answer that one.
Yeah, so this doesn't require funding. It just requires participation in ideas. Obviously, if there was going to be a sponsorship or some kind of a financial donation, that would be wonderful, but not expected. Essentially, where this starts is the idea, is the opportunity. So let's say your organization's like, gosh, this AI thing's really got us confused. We need a training program. We need to think about software as a service. We got regulatory questions. Can we partner with an institution that has experience? And then can we assign a student or two while we're going through the program to also help assist? So the concept is we start and build and continue that relationship with our corporate clients, not necessarily about a budget, but of course, a sponsor, donation, honorarium would be wonderful, but not expected.
The part of it too that I like about this is, obviously the U of M is incredible powerhouse with commercialization and IP. But when you look at some of the other colleges there, and not everyone has, this is just an example of what could be. A lot of our other higher ed institutions don't really have that go-to-market. They don't really have as much experience in tech commercialization, right? So it's a way of enhancing some of those efforts too. So multiple benefits in this model.
Yep.
Any other questions?
I was going to say, Neela, too, also to kind of piggyback off that, the things that University of Minnesota, Mayo continue to do and do so well, obviously we would just be looking to see what areas we could help support, but looking at it as a system of opportunity, which would also allow us to have the conversation with St. John's, McAllister, and other areas to see what areas they would like to also dig into and focus on. But yeah, absolutely, just additive, part of a community. Yep.
All right, I'm sorry to be slow here, but the corporate client and or agree on overall timing and cost. So that discussion, I had assumed, is my idea. I come and say, hey, Concordia or I don't know, McAllister, I'd love to engage your students, your profs on this particular issue I have. And we talk about how much it would take to investigate that. We pay, right? Or you're just saying that they pay.
Well,
or that's what I'm trying to get.
So yeah, so the scoping all of that would, so if I walk this through as an example, so let's say your idea comes to St. Thomas and it comes to my office, and we have resources that are available to support that need. We don't have to go to third party. We don't have to pay any contractors. We can contain that, and that would be a conversation we would set up. University of Minnesota might have a different discussion, but one of the things that goes beyond just direct budget or funding is in-kind resources. So for instance, if your organization is looking to provide resources and support that can help us collaborate together, then that also could be considered part of the agreement. I'm not looking at this from a University of St. Thomas perspective as it being a financial requirement, but it would start with what is the idea, how to best source that opportunity, and then have those institutions to have those discussions with you in more detail as the contract requirements. But here's the number one thing, and you know this as well as anyone else in innovation, number one cost drivers are resources. If I've got resources readily available that would love to engage in this topic and can get academic credit and or can get the support of academic institutional support, Again, that would be a discussion for them in detail, but there is that possibility that we would have resources available to you to support that. So from my perspective, I'm not looking at it as a cost, but it would be driven by the requirement, what you're looking to achieve and how long you'd like to achieve that for. My classes are 8, 10, 12 weeks. Some would span longer. So part of the thing we'd have to figure out too is how we could be a good fit. And maybe we're not a good fit, but maybe University of Minnesota or maybe McAllister would be a better fit. So that would be something we would openly discuss.
All right, we need to move on.
Thank
you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Obviously, he can't volunteer all his stuff. You know, I mean, so it would be more case by case. All right, thank you so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank you.
Yep.
Who would like to, Matt, are you up next? I see you ready?
I can talk to people at another time. So. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so you guys have a time thing?
Well, I just don't want them to run out.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah, okay, you go, yeah. Hold please. Matt, you're,
Kurt is is it the business school?
University of St. Thomas, yes.
Right,
Yeah. He does a MBA program with healthcare.
Sure.
related. So some of the success stories are pretty interesting with the students.
Well, thanks everybody for allowing us to be here. So my name is John O'Connell, I'm the director of Plug and Play here in Minnesota, joined by my partner Matt Claxton, who's out of our headquarters in Silicon Valley for some of the kind of Bay Area versus Minnesota conversation a little bit over the last couple hours. So just, I think we've either engaged with or met with a number of folks here, so I won't belabor a lot of what we are at Plug and Play, but I do want to highlight a few things. So just right now in Minnesota, you know, we had our kind of initial launch in early 2025. We have a number of anchor partners right now, including Allianz Life, Old National Bank, the Carlson Companies, and then Matt Lewis and his team from Greater MSP. So Maddie, if you want to go to the next slide. I do want to just highlight a few things about who we are at Plug and Play, just to reiterate who we are as a company, how we tend to partner with corporations, with universities, with local economic development, companies and ecosystem builders. So this slide here is really meant to prove kind of one key point. I think different than like a Techstars or a generator that, you know, all have their own value. I think one of the key defining characteristics of Plug and Play is we're a globally oriented company. So while we're headquartered in Silicon Valley, we actually have more than 70 locations around the world, more than a dozen and growing here in the US. And our domain expertise is wide-ranging and global. So we're in approximately 25 different industry verticals, everything from enterprise AI to supply chain to aerospace and defense to sustainability and ag tech, new materials, a whole range of different verticals. And I think what this allows us to do is not only do we have global exposure to what is happening on the frontier and emerging set of technologies across industries, but it gives us a vantage point into kind of what's landing with corporates and within the startup investment space, within the venture space, that gives us signal that we can then deliver to our paying clients, which are very often some of the largest companies in the world. So Maddie, if you want to go to the next slide. If we think about who we are at Plug and Play, we're really three core pillars. One, we're an early stage venture investor. So think pre-seed up to Series A is a typical investment range. Matt and his team really lead a lot of our investment decisions. If you look at PitchBook, if you look at kind of any standard metric within the venture space, we're generally considered one of the most active venture investors in the world. So what that does is kind of reconfirms for us what's gaining traction, what's not, the kind of bets that we place. We're usually first or second check in. We make about an investment a day. We write about a check a day, Matt, probably even more at this point and growing. I'll get to it in a slide here in a second, but we've got about 2,000 portfolio companies and a global ecosystem of about 100,000 startups that we're looking at any given time. So again, our access and our domain exposure is significant. And we really leverage that into the second pillar, which is around open innovation for our corporate partners. So we work with about 600 of the largest companies around the world. Here in Minnesota, I mentioned Old National Bank, but we also work with General Mills around supply chain innovation, US Bank, Allianz, Old National, Ameriprise around fintech and insurtech. So again, it's really what our corporate partners are looking for. They give us the kind of domain or problem set, and then work with us to accelerate the time to discovery for the kinds of innovations that they're looking for. And then the third pillar is really, I think, what we're talking about here today, which is ecosystem building. So how can plug and play really serve as the connective tissue for the innovators, whether it's on the corporate side, the venture capital side, the startup community, research, technology, commercialization that's coming out of universities? How can we help to raise the tide for all of those who are innovating within a given location? And I think what we've all talked about here today is, where there are challenges, there's tremendous opportunity. And the only way that opportunity is really realized is by strengthening that kind of muscle fiber of the ecosystem within which we all live and work. So Maddie, to the next slide. So here in Minnesota, the innovation platform that we have, so we work closely with Matt and his team, with the Carlson companies, Old National and Allianz, to look at kind of what are some of the strategic bets that we might look at a given point in time. So right now, we're looking at innovations around sustainable data centers, clearly a hot topic. Innovative proteins, so you think about Cargill, for example, Bueller, Synopta, Hormel, Schwann's, Land O'Lakes, companies that in one way or another are looking at the protein space and trying to see like what's next, where's the R&D going, and how can we, with a front row seat to the kind of emerging technologies around the world, how might we deliver that to our corporate partners? And then lastly, sustainable aviation fuel. So Matt, we just met with Blair from the Greater MSP team this morning around kind of what are some of the kind of areas of investment that we, as we're looking at the technologies globally, how might we find a way to land those here in Minnesota or scale those technologies that are already here, given the significant investment and kind of anchor partnerships that the Greater MSP Coalition has been able to drive. So really what we do is we source globally from a set of startups, shortlist those, deliver those to our corporate partners, and make kind of curated introductions to help scale and accelerate those investments and potential technology. So it's kind of a traditional accelerator model, at least for this slide. And then Maddie, if you want to go to the next slide. We've backed some of the best startups in the world, so I think we're at about 35 unicorns now, Matt, including our most recent one, which kind of blew my mind, StarCloud. We talk a lot about terrestrial data centers and the infrastructure requirements and the energy requirements behind that. A company that we got in early, StarCloud, just raised or just closed a $170 million Series A at a $1.1 billion valuation. It's data centers in space. So they're using massive solar arrays in outer space, the natural cooling in outer space. So, the problems of today could be solved like, what we consider satellites now could be data centers in 5 or 10 years. So kind of set my head spinning, but we were early in on that company. So if you think about it, we look at technologies and we kind of create that signal for investment down the road. So if we're making investments in it, it can create a demand signal for corporate partners to say, Plug and Play's looking at it, might be something we want to take a look at too. So that just gives us, PayPal, Lending Tree or Lending Club, Dropbox, Einrise in mobility, Matt. Any others you think are worth mentioning here?
I mean, this represents a very small portion of great companies that we have, because there are a lot of companies that are above 500 million or $750 million in valuation. But you really only hear about the unicorns because that's kind of that special status. But we have over 2,000 active portfolio companies and counting. And I think one of the important takeaways actually for not only this slide, but also the map slide, this is a reflection of 20 years of work, 20 years of experience in investing into companies, on meeting with different organizations and helping grow innovation, not only domestically, but also abroad. and also across numerous different industry sectors. So as you're kind of seeing some of the stats, seeing all the logos, if we were to talk, and meet in 2019, only half the logos would be on there. We've seen a lot of stuff that's been growing and accelerating, and so we've been able to almost double the amount of unicorns we've had in our portfolio. But same thing on the map, if you actually don't mind just going back to the map slide there. We have doubled the amount of staff within the last 6 years. We've doubled the amount of offices that we have. We've doubled the amount of verticals that we have. And it's because we're able to really find all these really exciting startups, but also get a sense on where different industries are going, and then also where different states or different cities are going as well. So we're able to really kind of feel the wind and the kind of like the wind of change, where the new forms of innovation are going, and get ahead of it by finding those innovative companies, by investing in them, by getting connected with different corporations, universities, states, local players such as yourselves all here, and kind of showcase here's what's happening on the ground. And you may not get a sense of it right now, but give it a year or two and you're going to say, wow, I wish I paid attention more to that, or I wish I got involved in that earlier, because that's what we've been seeing time and time again. So for me, I've been Plug and Play for now 8 years, and it's been amazing for me to see the growth, not only in terms of new offices, new focus areas that you're kind of seeing here, but just like new exciting forms of innovation that's been going in to our ecosystem. And I honestly can't wait to see what the next year's like in store for us.
Just quick, just maybe one or two more slides. Yeah, so see, these are some of the corporates that we work with. So, I mentioned US Bank, General Mills, Allianz, Amazon. Matt's actually leading a pretty significant partnership that we have with Amazon right now around plastics and circularity. We work with PepsiCo around proteins and sweeteners, Walmart and supply chain, Honeywell, aerospace, Coca-Cola, Microsoft, and Mercedes-Benz around mobility. So, again, the corporate partners tell us what they're looking for, and then we go out and do exactly what we just said. So I think a lot of what we also find too is kind of the cross-pollination between what is General Mills looking at in supply chain, how can we bring them down to our office in Northwest Arkansas where Walmart is, and create, an innovation day purely around supply chain, right? And, General Mills and Amazon and Walmart, like they all integrate together in one form or another. So there's a lot of kind of cross-industry collaboration. Maybe, Maddie, if you want to go, I think, to the last slide here. But yeah, so targeted startup introduction. So a lot of what we do is deal flow for companies. So this is how we work. A partner or a company will come to us. They'll share the criteria that they want to scout for. What are the key areas? What are the areas of geographic focus? The requirements. We go out with our ventures team, Matt and his team that are based out of Silicon Valley and around the world. They'll go out and source startups, deliver those to the corporates, make curated introductions. And then oftentimes corporates will come to us and say, hey, we're looking for new vendors, we're looking for potential acquisitions, we're looking for investments from our CVC arms, or we're just curious about what innovation looks like right now in the particular technical area that we're looking at. And then I think, Maddie, the very last slide now. The last piece around the ecosystem building. So here are just a couple of events that we have upcoming. One is, we just finalized this last night with the University of Minnesota. So for those who don't know, the University of Minnesota is formally launching their AI hub on the 22nd of October over at Huntington Bank Stadium. So we're going to have a closed-door corporate roundtable with AI and CTO leadership that will precede that event. So that will take place on the 22nd of April. We've already been, I think, in contact with a number of corporates here already with your CTO or technology and AI teams. We're having a virtual roundtable on the 4th of May. So Cargill is going to be at the table for a proteins roundtable. So not only is it the corporates here in Minnesota in partnership with Matt and his team at Embold, but some of the other companies that we work with, like Pepsi and Mars and Coleco and Glanbia, Novonesis, they're all going to be at that virtual roundtable, just to share what are they looking at in the innovation space and how might we land innovation here in Minnesota or export innovation here to the world. Alliance to End Plastic Waste, we've got a symposium at the University Enterprise Laboratories on the 12th of May. Matt and I were just over there talking with Sam and his team right before we came here. Our big expo is over at the McNamara Center. We're going to do that on the 13th. And And then our kind of big flagship event is our Silicon Valley Summit, where we bring all of our corporate partners, our startups, venture investors, those in the Bay, everyone around the world. There's about 4,000 people a day that are there. It's over 3 days, and it's quite an event. I think it's, for me, having been there for the first time in November, it was a bit of my hair was blown back.
It's exhausting.
So, but it was cool to be a part of, and a number of corporates were here, or were there. So, yeah.
I forget her last name, Gabrielle.
Basuki, yeah, saw you out there, exactly, yeah.
So she's invited me to come.
Yeah, that'd be great, yep. So that's it. Yeah, any questions, please, either now or afterward, happy to answer, but, yeah, that's plug and play.
Really informative. I think it's the common thread, no matter who's around the table, whether it's government or economic development association or CVC, is that common thread of that long runway. You know how you said it took 20 years, to get some of those business unicorns. I think all of us, everyone is looking for a really short runway and really quick wins. And that runway just takes longer, when we at least, I think that's a common challenge that we all face when we're looking internally with legislators and funders and investors. So anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Really informative. Matt, and then we'll do U of M. And maybe 20 minutes. Total 10 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that. And please get some water, walk around, stand up. I know we've been sitting for a long time.
Well, maybe given Susan's comments, I'll keep it at the highest level, not get into the weeds on stuff. So Greater MSP, for those of you that don't know, it's an economic development partnership. It's a public-private partnership of cities, counties, universities, foundations, and companies, including some of the organizations in the room. And the idea was created like 15 years ago so that we could kind of compete as a team in the global economy to win more investment and good jobs for our neighbors here in this region and state. And we are competing in the global economy every day. And the biggest competitions involve big teams. This is one that was mentioned earlier, so I literally grabbed the slide right after you mentioned it. So this is Northwind. And so you see logos there. And like any big project, this was I think Kevin can correct me on the numbers, it was like a $1.4 billion investment that's we think is going to unlock a lot more because of the nature of what this project is in Minnesota. And regardless of where the project emanates, and who's kind of conducting the orchestra, it always takes a really big team. And so Greater MSP was created, again, whether we are leading a project, assisting in a project, or admiring a project from afar, we observe that it takes big teams to do big things. Over the 15 years we've been around, economic development is kind of like baseball. The best teams in the world, or best players in the world, lose more than they win. In baseball, if you can win 2 out of 10, you manage to keep a job, or hit 2 out of 10. If you hit 3 out of 10, they put you in the Hall of Fame. And I think economic development's kind of like that. So we've learned a lot from our losses in addition to our wins in the 15 years we've been around. And at a board level, the CEOs of those institutions, we've been looking over the last few months at kind of 10 years of data, looking at the last 10 years of at a region and state level. And we've grown, but to the conversation before, if we look at growth across the country, if we look at the kind of top 10 states in the country, our growth rate has been slower. And Susan talked about maybe one of the reasons for that, right? Population is a big lever. But our growth rate has been slower. And so we're taking a step back and we're saying, what would it take to have a faster growth rate? And maybe even, top 10 in the country a decade from now. You can see in the last decade who was in the top 10. That's not necessarily who will be in the top 10 in the next decade. But it's forcing us to ask some questions about how could we not just compete on individual projects, but really kind of create the system to compete more holistically as a region and state in the global economy. And Brandon's CEO, Chris, has been kind of leading a number of other private sector leaders kind of through an exercise to say, much as you would do in a company, Chris is a playing to win guy. P&G strategy framework, I guess. And so we've been applying that within the board of the partnership. Okay, if we wanted to be one of these top 10 states a decade from now, how would we think as an exercise? So one of the things that we, as a partnership, have learned by observing other places around the country over the last decade and doing things ourselves, is if we want to get to kind of transformational level growth, where, as Susan was talking about, pulling more people into kind of higher productivity, advanced industries, first we have to be clear about which kind of big challenge areas or sectors or technology areas are kind of right to compete places for Minnesota. Then we need to get the right industry players at the beginning with CEO leadership. Those individual company location decisions are never real until the board of the company and the C-suite leadership of the company say we're going to expand, right? So not listen to a lot of noise, but like when the CEOs are ready to do something. So build a small team pre-competitively to say that's an industry sector we want to go after. Then once you have that, build a strategy to win, and then start delivering against the strategy. And so we've started doing this in the last 2-3 years. This is an example of spaces that we think we can compete in. It's not exhaustive. It's not an official list. It's not like the state of Minnesota's economic development plan or anything like that. But these are examples of spaces that are either the future of traditional strengths like medical technology or agriculture, or, as has always been the case in Minnesota, they're the adjacencies of strengths that we have always had, right? And then if you look at the top, these are just examples, like buzzword examples, of things that are maybe like core capabilities that this region and state has that might transcend any of these spaces, right? So having the most productive, highest educated workforce has been a strength in the past. Are we going to have the AI-ready workforce in the skill areas of the future? We need to if we're going to win. Being more globally connected than other places, particularly in this part of the country, and that's like the North America's best airport, that's the ports, that's all sorts of other things. We need to be the best at that. We've got this concentration of headquarters here. Are we doing the best job we can, revealing the demand that they are seeing in the global economy, and then building things here? You heard Plug and Play talk about that. And then the key infrastructure that's needed, whether that's labs, that's things happening at universities like Rick's, whether that's maybe a piece of, whether it's physical infrastructure or brains or data that needs to be subsidized, right? So in places in the world, particularly as you're getting into these advanced industries and deep technology and things that Matt invests in, is like, early stage capital, super risk averse. I want to invest in software. I don't want to disrupt things. So it's like governments, federal governments, state governments, philanthropy, family offices have to de-risk these things. So how do we be the best at that? And so given the time, I won't go through all of them, but I'll just show you one example. Maybe I'll pick the one that the Plug and Play team referenced, which is the SAF Hub. And so think about those 4 steps of kind of revealing an opportunity, industry leadership, building a strategy, and then executing it. So 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago now, Delta's board kind of came forward to the rest of the partnership and said, the industry to decarbonize air travel is a real thing. It's here in Europe, it's here in Asia, it's coming. And we are looking at places in North America that we think have a right to compete to be a hub, and we think Minnesota could be one of those places. Obviously, Delta cares about this market and a few other markets. We could barely spell SAF at Greater MSP. I remember Rick being like, what do you guys know about SAF? The answer was nothing, right? But we were built to be a hub for any technology area. And so if you're building a new industry, you have to do a lot of things over multiple time horizons, and this is a really kind of crude example of some of the things that needed to be done to build a SAF industry or that need to be done over the next 20 years. And so then what started with Delta turned into other companies and other institutions that were interested in the opportunity pre-competitively. And so what you see here is today, the SAF Hub involves a lot of different organizations. Some of them are all the way on the inside, where the CEOs at Delta and Ecolab and Bank of America and Cargill and others are talking all the time. And then there are other organizations that are involved maybe in one project somewhere in the value chain. And the strategy that was put together after there was enough business leadership was kind of this is a classic like McKinsey 3 Horizons thing up here. And in that first phase was like,
first we have to make the industry real in Minnesota. And so then underneath that, there were several projects. Like if the state of Minnesota, if our policymakers aren't interested in this industry, turns out they are. Thank you, Governor Walz, and legislative leaders have really championed this industry. And there were critical pieces of infrastructure that nobody makes money off of that had to come into market to attract potential producers, right? So there's a new blending facility in Rosemount that opened a few weeks ago that Flint Hills has invested a couple $100 million in to make the SAF economy real, which makes a number of production facilities within kind of 300 to 500 miles, I guess, of that site that are train connected and things, more real possibilities to make SAF out of everything from wood waste to cover crops to trash to someday hydrogen. And so that's the kind of the end of the first phase. And now things are going. Like this is a real, potential industry. There are other examples in the other sectors, med tech, things we just won't have time for today. Cordell and I talk at happy hour about all the things. But I'm here to give us hope that we can build the next economy in Minnesota if we are focused and we know what we want to win and we play to win. So that's hopefully I've done.
I think there's no check mark next to cover crops. Is that no longer active? Is this there's on the right hand side?
Yeah, I think actually the slide is I pulled it from something. I think that's more where is it officially done yet, right? We're working on winter camelina and I could give you a whole 10-slide deck on forever green, but I think it's more have we done it yet?
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Very informative. All right.
This hour has been awesome.
Lisa, is it you or Rick that's gonna?
It's gonna be me. And I'm very cognizant of the time, so we're gonna go at length.
I'd like to leave at least five, I just would like to leave 5 minutes just have anyone else, kind of share some of their things that interest them today, things that they want to dig deeper on, that type of thing. And I'm just going to leave you with that question now to think about, and we'll spend maybe the last 3 to 5 minutes on that. But you don't have a lot of time, but
I can do it.
okay,
We're good. Yep. So I wanted to take this opportunity to highlight the University of Minnesota's Corporate Engagement Center. I am both a member of technology commercialization at the university as well as the Corporate Engagement Center. And the Corporate Engagement Center is designed to maximize the benefit of connecting our private sector partners with the university's innovation and talent pipeline. So we're not running around promoting the university. We actually take challenges, innovation, and needs coming from our corporate partners and then match make in through the university. So I'm going to flip to the next slide. We use this model to help companies understand the very expansive and long list of ways that they can engage with the university. Everything from place-based partnerships, which means co-locating on campus, could be participating in the mix, which is the innovation district that is underway, as well as executive and employee engagement, which could be serving on boards, giving guest lectures, things like that. Outreach and visibility, which is really a fancy way of saying putting your name on classrooms, sponsoring conferences, and kind of marketing your company to gain visibility, which is actually really important, right? For some companies, our students don't know the company, and so that branding and visibility actually provides substantial value to the company. Workforce development, that turns out to be the primary reason that companies engage with the university. They're looking for talent to engage with students, kind of find that next workforce. But Rick and I spend most of our time in the technology and innovation portion of this wheel, which really is everything from tapping into our experts, doing collaborative research, licensing technologies, partnering with our startups, the list goes on, using our labs, core facilities, etc. That is an echo. So when we sit down with companies and ask, how do you want to engage with the university, we use this wheel as a way to kind of gauge where their interests are and then kind of dive deeper into that. And I know that Cordell's been through this process for sure. Yeah. I don't see anybody else in the room that has, so. I wanted to highlight just a few examples of how companies engage with the university. So you flip the slide. So we do have a corporate engagement center website. You can go to that website and kind of get a highlight of everything I just showed you. You can also see a bunch of success stories and return on investment. So I just pulled 3 as an examples. 2 of them happen to be companies that are often at this meeting, but we frequently highlight some of our more engaged partners. So for example, 3M, everything from scholarships to fellowships to sponsored research, etc. Polaris does a lot around STEM education and scholarships as well. And then we have a new product development course where companies come in and work with students who are engineering students as well as business students in a 2-semester course, kind of like at St. Thomas, but a little bit different, to sort of develop a product concept and figure out if there's anything there. So, and then lastly, this was already mentioned, but we did launch our AI hub, and I'm not going to say anything more because you guys already covered it. So Rick was going to chime in with some comments around how to engage with our startups.
Yeah, and I know this forum is a lot about corporate innovation, but it's also grounded as part of Launchpad Associates. We like to throw out the different ways to engage in startups. Certainly, plug and play was one, but something we've been talking about a couple of the corporates with. Oftentimes, the startups that come out of the University of Minnesota are extremely early stage, and most of the corporates don't invest in an extremely early stage. But in the various industries that you all play in, and we have some CVC people here, there may be a way for you to help us develop a funding roadmap or a financing plan roadmap or a capital continuum to maybe plot out what some of those earlier stage funders could be or what some of those milestones might be, so that someday these companies might be more appetizing to you as corporates. And so you're probably not going to be investing in the pre-seed or the seed stage or probably even the Series A, but if you have people that are feeding you deals that you think could get connected earlier into our pipeline, that's something that you can help us spot out. We're finding it's much different in clean tech and ag tech versus med tech and biotech. I mean, everybody's got their different kind of pipeline. Not all of them are conducive to corporates, but to the ones that you are, even helping us plot out what some of those steps might be useful.
Anything else? Questions for the team?
Lisa, how is the development course? Are they like engineering design programs, or how does it compare to your standard?
Yeah, so that particular course is joint between the Carlson School of Management and the College of Science and Engineering. So it's both an engineering.
It's multidisciplinary.
It's multidisciplinary. It's a graduate level course as opposed to undergraduates. Companies come in and sponsor the course. Sometimes we actually put our technologies into the course to see if it's actually a real opportunity, because the students are doing everything from like customer discovery to figuring out what the specifications need to be for the product in order for it to be competitive. Yeah.
So it's a bit of like a business hypothesis.
Yeah.
In conjunction with maybe some technology development.
A little bit of technology development as well. Yeah. They do patent searching as well to kind of round out.
And what's the cost for that?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but I can send you the information.
You're gonna pass, this should really say draft on it. But these were just a summary of some of the goals that I had briefly went over earlier. And so for those of you that did not present today, those of you that are here and partners of this network, just curious about your thoughts. Anything that you heard that you'd like to learn more about, anything that intrigued you. I loved seeing some of the connections of new connections being made. I saw some, a few different ones happening. So that was, I think, a success of today already. But anything that you would like to learn more about, what I just sent out now, once again, should say draft on it. But this was just, really citing the 3 goals of the Launch Minnesota program, and then just some of the work that we're, through our small group committees of this network, some of, kind of put words to paper on some of the general ideas that we heard. And Lindsay and Kelly, we'll email you this now so you have it too. Any of those that stood out to you under the Corporate Innovators Network, anyone that you want to dive deeper in, we'll be reaching out, of course, after today, because we know you've been sitting here for a very long time. Please share.
I have one general comment. I just think the idea of having the agenda had the first one was about learning and just kind of absorbing what's some general topic. I think I like that. Last couple of times I've been here, I don't know that I've had that kind of thing. I think the demographic information. So there are other topics like that would just help all of us become more educated in what we're trying to navigate. Just generally speaking, not like specifically down to even innovation, but just general trends going on in either macro, microeconomic, socioeconomic things. I think that's I like that add to this.
Perfect.
I agree.
That was Ben's idea.
Good idea, Ben.
We're gonna have a tutorial on
We
taxes.
were just able to, we
Yeah.
just knew how to find her.
Tax.
We just knew how to find her, so. All right, thank you. Anything else, Cordell, or anyone else?
I feel antsy because I'm so excited. I like that, right? So there are a lot of, both topics, the demographic. I learned a lot in this meeting, and there's a lot of actionable outcome from this meeting today. Like, these were impactful 2 hours, and it's not because there's like a direct next step. Their relationships, their connections. I mean, this is the other side of this organization that I didn't quite understand. So it's really important that I come to this meeting. I'm glad to be here, and so it's good to clear the schedule to get here. And it was well covered.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, I like to just, innovations about learning the ecosystem, even though my company's based in Ohio, but I'm here and I need to engage with more than the University of Minnesota, which I know quite well. So I really like that. And I think we touched on this maybe last year, looking at this goal number 3, like Corporate Innovators Network. And I like how you're thinking about like focusing in, call it domains or verticals, because as a corporate, I can't come in and see 90% of stuff that's not even relevant to me. So I can pick something that can engage with the local, startups and stuff. So I really like that. I think that's really valuable for me. So I like that you're thinking like new domains and
It's just feedback I've heard from others.
What's that?
It's just feedback we've heard from others.
Yeah.
So, yes. Ben, you always have good.
I don't have anything to add. I agree with everyone. I really like you said I suggested it, but having something, an anchor topic like Brandon mentioned, just to make us all smarter. I think, and we could build a discussion. We don't even need to have a full agenda. We could just have discussion about that, or what do you do with the information?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. I've been in my role for 14 months now as CTO. I've been in with my company for 28 years, but only the CTO for the last 14 months. So this has been invaluable for me, and you're doing the right things. And I've made tons of connections with people here, which is a compliment to the mission, right? So you're doing what you're set out to do. So nice job.
Well, it takes a group effort, so good. Well, and sorry, we try to jam pack these meetings, and I think sometimes we get overly optimistic of what we can fit in a couple hours. So if you are available and with the weather is not a deterrent, Maddie did make reservations at 1881. It's over at
Inside Union Depot. So cool venue. The good news is you don't have to go outside. You can get there in the Skyway.
And if you parked in Lower Town Ramp, it's connected to that parking ramp also.